Welcome into the Hotshop. I know today will be kind of loud, so I'd just like to point out before I start that I have closed captioning up on the screen, so when they're using the loud torches and we have the music going on, it's a little bit easier to understand what I'm saying. But today we have a visiting artist, and he's here working with our Hotshop team, making some items that you see on the pedestals in the front. And so these are just blown forms, and he's actually etching the surface of the glass to get the special patterns and printmaking that you see on the surface. And he's actually had a residency here before, about 4 years ago, I believe. His name is Beres, and that is the man sitting on the table, the metal table, kind of at the center bench there, just to point him out to you guys. He's a Seattle-based printmaking artist, and he's actually taught a couple of classes at Pilchuck, which is a glass school 2 hours north of us. And to be as efficient as possible, you can see that they're working at multiple benches today. They're starting the bubbles over on that left bench where they apply all the color. And at the center bench is where they're blowing it out and shaping it into that blown form. And then once they're finished with the piece at the center bench, that bubble over on the left bench is brought over and the process continues. So they're using their time very efficiently here. And as they continue along, I'll be describing what they're doing. But if anyone ever has any questions, feel free to raise your hand and I'll come right over. And at the center bench, some of you walked in just after they did this, but they had it attached to a hollow pipe, and then they attached a solid pipe to the bottom, which it's currently attached to now. And this gave them access to the top side of that blown vessel, and they've just cut off a bit of glass right around the opening to this piece. And you'll frequently see them cut off all of that excess glass after breaking it off from its original pipe, because the glass at that connection point is usually a little bit thicker just for stabilization. So the open face furnace at the bench is just used for reheating, just to point out real quick, and it runs at around 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. The molten glass is sitting at a very steady 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit, and the molten glass comes from the closed tanks. So just to point out one over there in between the two benches. And we have two of those furnaces that hold the molten glass, by the way. They hold about 1,000 pounds each. And this tool, you've seen them use a couple times at the center bench here, is called the Sophietta, that cone-shaped tool. And the cone will block off the opening to the piece, and it allows them to blow some more air in. And as you can see, this has expanded the neck quite a bit. It's thinning out that glass and just creating a bigger shape overall. And right here, if you know a little bit about glass blowing, you'll see it that Gabe is using something that looks like a pair of jacks, which are two metal blades, but these are actually wooden blades called the pachofis, and these are going to be gentle on that soft, thin glass, and just open it up from the inside. And just to let you know, over on that left bench, you'll see them kind of disappearing around the corner every now and then. And this is because they're going to something called the powder booth. And so the way that they're applying color today is through powdered glass. And we have to keep that contained because inhaling that glass powder is pretty dangerous. So they kind of disappear around the corner when they're applying that color. You could see it up on the screen. So up on the screen, you'll see just a little bit. It's a little bit of a hard angle to see what they're doing, but they're dusting that glass powder directly onto the hot glass. And I already mentioned the temperatures of the furnaces, so I'll mention the temperature of the torch that they're using at the center bench. This large fluffy flame that they've been using on and off is running at around the same temperature as the furnaces at around 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. But with the torch, they're able to apply heat to a very specific area. So in this case, they're torching that connection between the piece and the pipe. And up on the screen, you'll see a little slideshow of our visiting artist artwork. And we have some pieces of his on display right at the moment, just on these two front pedestals as well. Is the slide stuck? Welcome to those who just joined in the Hotshop. Today we have a visiting artist you may have seen as you walked in. And today we have Beres, and that is the man over on the left side of the Hotshop. He might have disappeared around the corner. They're applying some color over there in something called the powder booth. And so I can get a shot of that up on the screen in just a bit when they go around the corner again. Oh, actually, this is a good shot here. So we try to keep that glass powder contained, so that booth is going to help us do that. And at the center bench, they have just finished this previous piece, and they're applying a little bit of water at the connection point to break it off. All they have to do is tap the pipe, and that breaks that piece cleanly off. So we sort of have an assembly line going on right now. They're starting the bubbles over on that left bench, then they pass it to the center bench where it's blown out and turned into its final blown form. Then after this piece is done, it's put away inside of the annealer, which is the large black box over on that wall. This will slowly cool it down from about 950 degrees Fahrenheit all the way to room temperature, at least overnight. And this is going to prevent thermal shock. Since I have some new people in the Hotshop, I just want to remind you that if you ever have any questions, feel free to raise your hand and I'll come right over. And I'll also quickly point out that I have closed captioning up on the screen because I know it can be pretty hard to hear me with all the loud torches and the music going on. And as I briefly mentioned earlier, they'll start the bubbles over on that left bench. They'll apply the color, and then this is brought over to the center bench where they blow that out into its final shape. So we have sort of an assembly line going on. They're doing as much work as they can within this one day that they're working on these pieces. And for those who just joined, today we have a visiting artist, Beres. And he's actually had a residency here at the museum about 4 years ago, I was told. And he's a Seattle-based printmaking artist. So we have some of his pieces on these front pedestals here, and he will etch the glass to give it those designs and lettering. And he's actually teaching printmaking at the Cornish College of the Arts and has taught classes at Pilchuck before as well, which is a glass school 2 hours north of us. And at the center bench, they're using a block, which is that wooden spoon-shaped tool. This is usually made out of cherry wood and kept in water to help prevent it from burning. And as you can see, this completely smoothed and rounded out that bubble of glass they had and is going to make sure that the bubble blows out evenly within. And right here at the center bench, Gabe is using a stack of newspaper soaked in water, and he's kind of able to guide which way the bubble blows out as somebody blows into the end of the hollow pipe. And whenever the artists are hanging the glass down like this, right now, this is using gravity as a tool. So they're stretching and elongating that glass they have. And to stretch it even faster, they're able to go in with that torch and heat up that neck area of the piece. Then next, Gabe is going in with a pair of jacks, which are the two metal blades in his hands, and he's going to carve a jack line, which is going to be where they're going to remove the piece from the pipe a little bit later on, that divot you see forming. And I see quite a few new faces in the crowd, so just to give a little reminder, if anyone ever has any questions, feel free to raise your hand and I'll come right over. And I'll also point out the closed captioning up on the screen. Today's going to be pretty loud, so if you're having a hard time hearing me, then you can always catch up on what I'm saying up on the screen. So right now, Gabe is using a carbon fiber pad, and this is usually filled with newspaper and also kept wet to help prevent that heat from going through to the artist's hands. And for everyone who recently joined, just to point out real quick, we have some pieces on the front pedestals here, over on the left and the right as well. And these are our visiting artist pieces, Beres. And that is the man currently sitting on the metal table, kind of in between the middle and right bench. And he is a Seattle-based printmaking artist, so he doesn't blow the glass himself, but he will etch the designs in the surface of the glass, just as you can see with these pieces. And if you're having a hard time seeing them up on the screen, we have a really nice view of those pieces as well. And since I have quite a few new people in the Hotshop, I want to give just a quick little rundown, and this will describe the temperatures of all of the machinery that we're working with. So everything that we do in here is starting in our furnaces. These are the large tanks with the closed doors specifically. We've been gathering out of this left one today, just to point it out. These hold about 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass each and run at around 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit at that very steady temperature. It is very soft and sticky, kind of like honey, so all we have to do to gather it is stick our heated pipe into the glass, and when we turn, it gathers a ball on the end. And from there, we just blow into the end of our hollow pipe. This expands the glass like a balloon, which you'll see them doing over on that left bench over and over. And then our reheating furnaces are the large tanks with the open faces, or the large furnaces with the open faces. These are running at around 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, and we have multiple of them running today just so we can work at multiple benches at the same time. And a little bit later on, you'll see them using this large fluffy flame at the center bench here, and this is running at around 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit as well, but this allows them to heat a specific area of the glass rather than heating the entire thing overall inside of the furnace. So at the center bench, they've just brought over a small bit of clear glass, and this is placed onto the bottom of the piece. And this will just be flattened down into a little disc on the bottom. So when they attach a second pipe to the bottom a little bit later on, that little clear disc is going to protect the color on the surface of the glass and prevent it from chipping away when we break that second pipe off a little bit later on. So in preparation for breaking a piece off the pipe, you'll usually see them torching this connection area with that large fluffy flame. And this is because when they break off the piece, they apply a little bit of water to that connection area. And this is going to cause shock and cracking in that small area. But if the surrounding area is cold, the cracks from that water will travel. So they're trying to heat up that surrounding area to prevent the cracks from traveling. And you'll see them break this piece off in just a moment here after they attach a second pipe to the bottom, which you could see Ben has at the center bench. So now that that second pipe has been attached, They're going to wait for that connection to cool down just a little bit so it stabilizes. And then to break that off, you'll see them apply just a little bit of water to the previous connection area, causing shocking and cracking. And then all they have to do is tap the pipe, and that piece is cleanly broken off. So now from here, they just have to heat up the front end of the piece, and they'll be able to start opening that up. And for anyone who recently joined, as they're working on that piece of the center bench, they're also starting the next bubble or the next project over on that left bench. So for those who just joined, today we have a visiting artist, and this is Beres, and that is the man kind of close to the back right now. I'll point him out a little bit later on again, but he has a little bit of a longer beard, and he's just wearing a black shirt. And he's actually had a residency here at the museum about 4 years ago, and he made some similar pieces that you could see on the pedestals in the front here. He's a Seattle-based printmaking artist, so he doesn't work with the glass himself, but he's actually etched the surface of these glass pieces to create the designs and lettering that you can see on them now. And he teaches printmaking at Cornish College of the Arts and has taught classes at Pilchuck as well. Pilchuck is a glass school about 2 hours north of us here. And at the center bench, they're working on opening this piece up, but over on that left bench, they're starting the next bubble for the next project already. So we have sort of an assembly line going on here where they're working on as much as possible during the entire period of this day. And so once they finish the piece at the center bench, that's put away, then the bubble over on the left bench is brought over, and the process continues immediately. So to open this piece up, you'll notice that Gabe is using a tool that looks very similar to the jacks, which are the two metal blades, but instead of having metal blades, he has been using these wooden blades to open the piece up. And these wooden blades are called the pachofis. That wood is going to be very soft, very gentle on the glass rather than creating scrapes or possibly even gouging with the metal blades. And that cone-shaped tool you saw them briefly use, this is the Sophietta. That cone will block off the opening to the piece, and it allows them to blow a little bit more air inside, which is going to expand the shoulder and thin out that glass a little bit. And there's that bubble they've been working on over on that left bench. This will become the very next project that they're working on. So over on that left bench, as they're continuing to work with this bubble, every now and then you'll see them kind of disappear around the corner. And this is them using a powder booth, so they're getting that powdered color on the surface of the glass. You could see a really good view of it up now on the screen. So this is how we're getting our colors today. We're powdering that glass onto the surface of the hot glass, and that's sticking. Then we just melt that on. That's going to create the layer of color. And I was just telling someone that it's really hard to see the true color of the glass while it's hot like this. And as it cools down, we'll see more and more of that true color. And at the center bench, you could see that we're pretty much getting ready to break this piece off, because you could see someone has gotten suited up in this special suit with these Kevlar gloves. And this is going to protect the artist from the glass as they pick it up off the end of the pipe. And just like earlier, you can tell that they've been torching that connection area with that large fluffy flame before they break it off, because once again, we're going to use a little bit of water to break that off. And now to break this off, they're just going to dip a pair of tweezers in some water and apply this to that connection point. And then just like earlier, they'll tap the pipe, and this should break that piece cleanly off into those Kevlar gloves. And they'll lightly torch the bottom to get rid of any leftover sharp ends before finally putting it away inside of the annealer, which is the large black box over on the left wall. This will slowly cool that glass down from about 950 degrees Fahrenheit all the way to room temperature, at least overnight, so it doesn't break due to thermal shock. So we're not going to see that piece until at least tomorrow. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing that piece. Thank you. And just a reminder, this is going to turn out a lot like these pieces on the front pedestals here. Our visiting artist is going to eventually etch into that glass and kind of reveal some colors underneath the surface. And for everyone who just joined us, I want to give a little recap as to what we have going on here today. So today we have a visiting artist, Beres, and that is the man over on the left side of the Hotshop. And he's kind of around the corner. I'll point him out when I see him next, but up on the screen we'll have a little slideshow going of his art. He has had a residency here at the museum about 4 years ago, and he's a Seattle-based printmaking artist. And he's actually teaching printmaking at the Cornish College of the Arts and has taught classes at Pilchuck as well, which is a glass school about 2 hours north of us. And today he's working with our Museum of Glass Hotshop team, working on making all of these blown forms so that he can etch all of these different designs and lettering, just like the pieces on the front pedestals. And if anyone ever has any questions, feel free to raise your hand and I'll come right over. But as they continue working, I'll just continue to follow along and explain what they're doing and why throughout this process. So over on that left bench, they're getting started on the next bubble. This is going to be blown into another one of the forms that you saw made at the center bench. And we have sort of an assembly line going on, so while they're working at the center bench on blowing that piece out and shaping it, they're always starting a bubble over on the left bench, and then they'll just pass that over when the center bench is done blowing that piece. So for anyone who recently joined, I'll give just a little overview of the Hotshop real quick, and this will describe the temperatures of the different things that we're working with in here. So everything we do in here starts in our furnaces, and I'll just point out this one over on the left, but we have 2 of them, and these hold about 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass each, and the molten glass is around the texture of honey when it's at that 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit, very steady temperature. And to gather that glass, all we have to do is stick our heated pipe into the glass, and then just like honey, we turn, and this is going to gather a ball on the end. And then from there, we just blow into the end of our hollow pipe. This expands that bubble like a balloon. And then our open face furnaces that you see at the left and center bench, these are running at around 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, and these are only used for reheating, so there's nothing physically inside of them. We just use it to reheat that glass and make it soft enough to blow again. And later on, we'll be using some torches here and there as well, and I'll make sure to point those out and what we're using them for when we get to it. So today we're using a powdered glass to apply our color, and I don't have any examples of it right in front of me, but can I have a view of the powder booth maybe? Maybe that'll show. Oh, perfect. They're using the powder booth right now. So up on the screen, you can see they're dusting a powdered glass onto the surface of this glass bubble. And the glass is so hot that the powder will just stick to the surface. They can melt it in. And this is creating our layers of color for the pieces today. And the different colors in glass come from different metals and minerals. So just to give you an example, we would get blue glass from cobalt, and we don't make the colored glass ourselves. We buy it already made, and we apply it to our glass. So at the center bench here, this tool that they're using is called the block, that wooden spoon-shaped tool. And this is usually made out of cherry wood and kept in water to help prevent it from burning. And as you can see, this is rounding out and smoothing out that glass they have on the end of the pipe. So now when they blow, this is going to expand that bubble inside evenly, making sure it doesn't blow out unevenly. And since we have a few new people in here, I just want to give a little overview as to what we have going on once again. So today we have a visiting artist you may have already seen, which is Beres, and that is the man waving at the crowd right now. And he's actually had a residency here at the museum about 4 years ago. And he made some objects that are pretty similar to today's. He is a Seattle-based printmaking artist, and he teaches printmaking at Cornish College of the Arts. And he's taught classes at Pilchuck before as well, which is a glass school about 2 hours north of us. And so just to give you guys a couple of examples of what we might be working on, I'll just point out the pieces on the front pedestals. We have one over on the left and one on the right as well. These are pretty similar to what we're working on today. Our visiting artist doesn't work with glass himself, but he will etch the surface of the glass to create these designs and the lettering that you see inside of these pieces. And if anyone ever has any questions, feel free to raise your hand and I'll come right over. But as they continue this process, I'll just make sure to follow along, explaining what they're doing and why. And I know it can be a little hard to hear me, so I'll just point out I do have closed captioning up on the screen. So this torch that they're using, that large fluffy flame, is running at around the same temperature as the furnaces at around 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. And this allows them to apply a little extra heat to a specific area rather than heating up the entire thing overall. So in this case, it looks like they're trying to stretch this certain area of glass or blow it out a little bit rounder. So they can go ahead with that torch and apply a little extra heat to that lower part of the neck. And whenever they're hanging the glass down at this angle, this is usually a purposeful part of the process. So they're stretching and elongating that glass using gravity as a tool, basically. And right here, Gabe is using a stack of newspaper soaked in water. And despite how odd that tool may sound, it's actually very commonly used in the Hotshop. And the water is going to protect the artist's hands from feeling any of that heat from the glass. And every now and then you'll see them using this small nozzle, and this is just blowing compressed air onto the glass, cooling down the glass more rapidly than just letting it be. And this is mostly to prevent the bubble from blowing too thin, in this case on the bottom of the piece. So right here, Gabe is actually marking the bottom of the piece with a cold piece of glass. And this is just going to create a really small line on the bottom and help him find the center of the bottom. And this is because they're going to place a second pipe onto the bottom of the piece eventually, but first they're going to put a small clear pad of glass onto the bottom of the piece. So that little bit of clear glass is brought over, and this is going to be placed right in the center of the bottom where he marked. And after that is placed down, this will be lightly flattened down at the back of the jacks. And like I briefly mentioned earlier, this is going to create a small pad of clear glass. And I think that the reason that they're doing this is because when they attach that second pipe to the bottom a little bit later on, they don't want it to be directly attached to the color on the surface of the glass, because we eventually have to break that pipe off. And so if we break that off and it's attached to the color can chip off. So that clear that they attach to the bottom is going to protect the color that they've applied to the glass. And this small torch right here, I'll point out, is actually the hottest item we have in the Hotshop. I've been told it could get up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit, which is over double the heat of the molten glass itself. So this is going to allow the bottom of this piece to be heated really quickly. They want to make sure that the bottom of this piece is flat so it can sit on a surface level and not tip. And so to do this, they're just altering the bottom, making sure that the pad is kind of pushed into the bottom of the glass. And while they're continuing to blow and work on this piece of the center bench, you can see over on the left bench, they're getting started on the next bubble that's going to be used for the next piece. So when they finish this piece at the center, they put it away, and then that bubble over on the left is passed to the center bench, and the process continues, sort of like an assembly line. They're working as hard as they can, working on as many pieces as they can at the same time to use their time efficiently today. So I just wanted to point out real quick before I answered your question, at the center bench, they've just attached a second pipe, as I briefly said earlier. And this is going to give them access to the other side of the piece as they break this piece off from its original pipe. And all they had to do is apply a little bit of water and then tap the pipe. This is creating shocking and cracking in that connection area. And then the tapping of the pipe is creating a vibration that travels to those cracks, breaking that piece cleanly off. And as for your question, today we have a visiting artist. Did I already tell you about the visiting artist? So I think for the most part, everyone down on this Hotshop floor is a glass blower and just a professional glass blower in general. Our visiting artist himself doesn't work with glass, but he is a printmaking artist. I don't believe we have any students down here, but there have been a couple of people that I haven't even introduced myself to yet because I've just met these people for the first time today. But for the most part, we usually only have professionals down on the Hotshop floor. We do have some sort of hands-on experiences that we do as well, so sometimes we'll even take some museum guests down onto the floor and they'll be able to blow glass with some help of some other glass blowers as well. So now after heating up the front end of this piece, Gabe is now going in with a pair of tweezers. He's going to pinch and pull the opening away from this piece. And this is going to help him get rid of some excess glass. Usually when they break the piece off from its original pipe, you can see it was a little bit uneven. It's a little bit thicker glass, so they want to get rid of that unevenness and make sure that the walls are straight and thin. And after pulling that glass away, he goes in with a pair of shears, which are basically like glass scissors, and he trims off a lot of that excess glass. And so now we should have a pretty straight, thin opening, and they'll just be able to open this up a little bit further, kind of matching the wide mouths of these pieces on the front pedestals here. And since I see quite a few new people in the audience, I think I'll just give a little recap as to what we have going on here. So today we have a visiting artist, and this is Beres, and that is the man sitting at the metal bench right here. And he has had a residency here at the museum about 4 years ago where he made some similar pieces as he is today. He's a Seattle-based printmaking artist, so he does not work with the glass himself, but he will etch the surface of the glass to give them the designs and patterns that you see on the ones on the pedestals. And he teaches this printmaking at Cornish College of the Arts and has taught classes at Pilchuck Glass School as well, which is a glass school about 2 hours north of us here. And for anyone who recently joined, if anyone ever has any questions, you can always raise your hand and I'll come right over. Now to break this piece off, just like earlier, they apply a little bit of water to that connection point, causing shocking and cracking just at the connection. And you can see an artist is ready with the Kevlar gloves to pick that glass up off the end of the pipe. Simple tap, and then they'll torch the leftover ends on the bottom, get rid of any sharp ends before putting this piece away in the annealer, which is the large black box over on the left wall this time. And this is going to cool that glass down from about 950 degrees Fahrenheit all the way to room temperature, at least overnight, so it doesn't break due to thermal shock. So we're not going to see that piece until at least tomorrow. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing that piece. These are some pretty big pieces today. And up on the screen, you'll see a slideshow of our visiting artist artwork. And I've actually had quite a few questions about the glass itself, so I think I'll play a video, maybe the charging the furnace video, please.
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, the stabilizer. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300 degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
So for those who just joined us today, we have a visiting artist, and this artist is Beres, and that is the man over on the left side of the Hotshop. He's kind of around the corner, so I'll point him out a little bit later as well. But right now up on the screen, you can see they've gone around the corner, and they're using a powder booth. The powder booth has a ventilation system that's making sure that the artists don't inhale the powdered glass as they apply it to the hot glass. And this is how they're getting their color today. So that powdered glass will stick to the hot glass, and then as soon as they go back to the furnace, you'll see this is going to be melted down into the surface and create a layer of color. And the patterns that they're going for are sort of like a gradient or even maybe wispy, kind of like the pieces down on the front pedestals here. And our visiting artist is not a glass blower himself, so today we have our Museum of Glass Hotshop team along with a couple of our visiting artist assistants working with the glass. But our visiting artist will etch the surface of the glass to create these letters and designs that you see on the front pedestal. And he has had a residency here about 4 years ago, so he's been here before. And he made some pieces that were pretty similar to today's. He is a printmaking artist based in Seattle. And he teaches printmaking at Cornish College of the Arts. And he's also taught some classes up at Pilchuck, which is about 2 hours north of us. It's a glass school. And now he has joined us back on the hot shop floor. So just to point him out to you guys, he's the one sitting down on this metal table, kind of in between the center and the right bench. And today we're working sort of assembly line style. So over on the left bench, they'll prepare a bubble with some color, and then they'll pass it over to the center bench where they blow it out and turn it into its final form. And then after they've passed that over, they'll just continue to make those bubbles on the left bench. And at the center bench, you can see they just used a wooden spoon-shaped tool called a block. And this has smoothed and evened out all of that glass that they had on the outside. So when they blow the bubble inside, this will expand evenly. And next, Gabe is going in with a stack of newspapers here, soaked in water. And he's able to kind of guide which way he wants the bubble to blow out as somebody blows into the end of the hollow pipe. And this torch here is running at around the same temperature as the furnaces that they're using at around 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. And with this torch, they're able to apply some extra heat to a specific area rather than heating up the entire glass piece overall. And right here, he's preheating a pair of jacks, which are the two metal blades. And next, Gabe is going in with that pair of jacks, and he's going to create a jack line, which is the divot you see forming in the glass near its connection to the pipe. And this is where they're going to remove the piece of glass from this pipe a little bit later on. And when they hung that glass down, you could see that they were basically using gravity as a tool, and this was allowing that glass to lengthen and stretch. The shapes for these pieces that they've been going for so far today are really similar to these taller ones on the front pedestals. They have a little bit of a neck to them, but they still have a pretty wide opening, just like those pieces. So for those who just joined, today we have a visiting artist, and the visiting artist is Beres, and that is the man over on the left side of the Hotshop. I think he just disappeared around the corner, so I'll point him out again when he comes out. But he is a Seattle-based printmaking artist, and you'll see some of his pieces on the front pedestals here. We have some over on the right and the left. And so he doesn't work with glass himself. He's having these guys blow the glass. They are assistants of his and the Museum of Glass Hotshop team. And he actually had a residency here about 4 years ago, making some pieces that were pretty similar to the ones that you'll see today. And he actually teaches printmaking over at Cornish College of the Arts and has taught classes at Pilchuck Glass School as well, which is about 2 hours north of us here. And if anyone ever has any questions, feel free to raise your hand and I'll come right over. Could even be questions for the artist himself, and I'll just ask him and relay the answer to you guys. So right now they're working on the bottom of the piece, and you'll see later on they'll just go in with a wooden paddle and they'll just press on the bottom to flatten it. And that's usually pretty much at the end of this process here, and then they'll have to attach a second pipe to the bottom to work on the other side of the piece. And once we get to that, I'll make sure to point all of that out again. But you won't see that little process for a bit. I would estimate maybe 15 to 20 pounds, but I've been told that it feels 5 times heavier when it's on the end of the pipe just because of the leverage of it being on the opposite end of you. And also quickly point out, while they're working on this piece at the center bench, you could see that they've been also working on a bubble over on that left bench. You could see Sarah's gathering one more layer of that clear glass. And so we have sort of an assembly line going on where they work on the bubble over on the left, they apply the color, and then they bring it over to the center bench where they blow it out and shape it. And right here, you can see they've just attached a small bit of clear glass to the bottom. And this is just going to be flattened down into a little pad of clear glass. This is where they're going to attach that second pipe that I briefly mentioned earlier. And the reasoning behind this clear pad is because the color is on the surface of this glass bubble. And if we attach that second pipe directly onto that color and then break it off later on, that could break off the color that we've applied to the surface. So they're protecting the color by attaching that little clear pad. And then this small handheld torch here, it's actually the hottest item we have in the hot shop. It could get up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit, which is over double the heat of the molten glass, which is sitting at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And the reason that they're using that small torch on the bottom is because they want to heat up a really small area of that glass. They want to make sure that that disc that they've attached isn't poking out on the bottom. They want it to be flat and smooth so it can sit evenly on a flat surface. So just to repeat the question I just had, someone was asking about the sort of gradient of color that we have on all of these pieces, the ones that we have on the pedestal and this one that we're working on at the center bench. And so just in the very beginning of the process, like what they're doing over on that left bench, preparing the bubble, they apply the color through a powder. So we have the powdered colored glass. We just dust it onto the surface of the bubble. And specifically with these pieces, the way that they're applying it is in those specific patterns. So they just apply that powder to a specific section of the glass. And they can even do a little bit of a gradient depending on how much they dust on there. And when they start applying that color over on the left bench, I'll make sure to point that out as well, just so you guys can see that process. And now that they have flattened the bottom of this piece, they'll bring over a second pipe and attach that right on top of the little clear pad that they added earlier. And always before breaking a piece off, you'll see them torch this connection area between the piece and its original pipe. And this is going to make sure the surrounding area is warm, because they usually use a little bit of water to break that piece off. And if the surrounding glass is cold, the cracks from the water will travel through that cold glass. So now to break this off, they just apply a little bit of water at that connection point. And then all they have to do is tap the pipe, and that should break the piece cleanly off. So now they have access to the top side of the piece, and they'll be able to start opening it up. And this right here is just Gabe making sure the piece is on center. So if they ever stop turning the pipe, that's them letting it fall back on center with the pipe. They have to do this immediately after attaching that second pipe while that connection is still hot enough to move. And now after heating up the opening to this piece, you'll see Gabe will go in with a pair of tweezers, and he's going to pinch and pull this opening outward. So after breaking a piece off from its original pipe, that connection area usually has a thicker glass and is also a little bit uneven from the breaking point. So this is going to help get rid of all of that excess glass, make everything even again. So they'll heat that up one more time, and then they're going to go in with a pair of shears, which are basically like glass scissors. So now point out over on that left bench whenever they're disappearing around the corner over there. This is them dusting some of that powdered glass onto the surface of the bubble that they have. So you'll see that pretty soon. I'll make sure to point out when it happens. And so this is how we're getting the color in our glass pieces. And it usually happens in the very early stages of the process. So those tools there, you'll notice they look pretty similar to the jacks, which are the two metal blades. You might remember them from earlier. But these tools that Gabe was just using then, those are the pachofis. They have wooden blades instead of metal blades. And this is going to be really soft on the inside of this glass. It's not going to create any scraping or gouging on the inside of the piece. And it's also going to allow the glass to maintain its heat for a little bit longer rather than the metal kind of sucking the heat out of the piece. And since I have quite a few new people in the hot shop, while they're continuing to open this piece up, I'm just going to give a little recap as to who we have here and what we have going on today. So for anyone who just joined or recently joined us today, we have a visiting artist, Beres, and that is the man over on the left side of the hot shop. He was there a little bit earlier. I'll point him out when he comes back. And he's had a residency here before. It was about 4 years ago. And he made some pieces that are pretty similar to what he's working on today. And he is a Seattle-based printmaking artist, so that's why you see all of the etched designs on the surface of these glass pieces on the front pedestals. And he teaches that printmaking at Cornish College of the Arts, and he's taught classes at Pilchuck as well, which is a glass school about 2 hours north of us. So these pieces that they're working on today, they eventually will be etched into just like those pieces on the pedestals. And just a reminder, if anyone ever has any questions, especially for those who recently joined, just to remind you, I'll just come over if you raise your hand. So just raise your hand and I will see you. So right now you can see that we've got an artist who's just gotten suited up in this big shiny suit. And he also has these special Kevlar gloves on. And this is going to allow him to pick this glass piece up off the end of the pipe to put it away. And even though the artist is wearing all of this stuff, we still can only handle the glass for a short period of time. And just like earlier, in preparation for breaking a piece off the pipe, they usually always torch that connection area, making sure that the surrounding glass is nice and warm before they go ahead and apply a little bit of water, just as they are now. And this is causing shocking and cracking in that connection area. And then all they have to do to remove it is tap the pipe, and it breaks that piece cleanly off. Then they'll lightly torch the bottom to get rid of any leftover sharp ends before putting this piece away in the annealer, which is the large black box over on the left wall. And this is going to cool that glass down from about 950 degrees Fahrenheit all the way to room temperature, at least overnight, so it doesn't break from thermal shock. And let's give them a round of applause for completing that piece. So we won't see that piece until at least tomorrow. I'd say it takes maybe about 8 to 12 hours on average, but the thicker the glass, the longer we have to cool that glass down. So sometimes we make something really thick and it has to cool down for like 3 days. And I've been getting a lot of questions about color, so I'm going to play a video that talks about another type of color application, and this will also describe how the color is put in the glass in the first place, so the different metals.
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So in that video, they used a color process called color drop or color overlay. They used something called color bar. We take that bar of color and we can crush it up into particles that are almost like sand. And we can crush it up even more to create a glass powder. And that glass powder is what we're using today to get our color on just the very surface of the glass. So for anyone who recently joined, I just want to give you a little recap as to who we have here and what we have going on today. So today we have a visiting artist, Beres, and that is the man with the longest beard, I'll point out, standing kind of in the middle of these two benches here. And he's had a residency here at the museum before, about 4 years ago. And he's a Seattle-based printmaking artist, so we have a couple of pieces that he's made on display on these front pedestals over on the left and the right of the Hotshop. And he teaches printmaking at Cornish College of the Arts, and he's taught classes at Pilchuck as well, which is a glass school about 2 hours north of us. So he will etch the surface of the glass, which is kind of getting rid of the color on the surface of the glass and just leaving behind this semi-transparent, clear, white layer. So the letters are the color themselves, is what I'll point out. And he does not work with glass himself, like he doesn't blow the glass. So he has a couple of assistants along with our Museum of Glass Hotshop team, and they're making the pieces that he will etch later on. And the way that he etches the surface of the glass is through sandblasting. And so he will put a design down onto the glass, and this is covering up all of the spaces that he doesn't want to etch. And then when he sandblasts, this is getting rid of the color surrounding the designs. And at the center bench, they're working on their next piece. I'll point out they're also working over on the left bench. We're working in a sort of assembly line style, so they start the bubbles and apply the color over on the left bench. Then they bring it to the center bench where it's blown out and turned into its final shape. And then the process continues. They're using their time as efficiently as possible, working on as many pieces as they can all at once. And at the center bench, Gabe has been on and off using just a stack of newspapers soaked in water. And he's using this to guide which way he wants the bubble to blow out. And it's just really close to using our hands to shape that glass. Very flexible and cheap tool. And whenever you see them hanging the glass and the pipe down like this at that angle, this is partially them using that gravity as a tool. So they're stretching and lengthening that glass out. And this large fluffy flame that they're using at the center bench is running at around the same temperature as the furnaces at around 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. But that torch is allowing them to apply a little extra heat to a specific area rather than heating up the entire thing overall. And right here, Gabe is marking the bottom of the piece with a cold piece of glass. And that cold piece of glass is kind of etching into the bottom. He's just marking the center. And next you'll see a small bit of clear glass is brought over, and this is going to be placed right into the center of the bottom where they marked the piece. And this will be flattened down into a little disc of clear glass onto the bottom. And this is important because later on we're going to attach a second pipe just to the bottom of the piece where that clear glass disc is. And we have to remove that pipe a little bit later on as well. So if we don't have that clear disc, this could chip away at the color when we pull that second pipe away. So the clear glass disc will protect that color since it's just on the surface of the glass. So to make sure that this piece will sit nice and flat on an even surface, they're just going in with a wooden paddle. They're pushing that little pad of clear glass in and also just flattening the bottom of this piece in general. And once they have the bottom of this piece done, they'll go ahead and attach that second pipe to the bottom. So now that second pipe has been attached to the center of the bottom of this piece, just on top of that little clear pad. And always before breaking a piece off, you'll see them torch that connection area at that previous connection. And this is because they apply a little bit of water to break it off. And if the surrounding area is cold, the cracks in the water could travel through that cold glass. So the warmth from that torch is going to prevent that. Just keep the cracks right where they're placed. So now to break it off, they just apply a little bit of that water, and then they have to tap the pipe, and that breaks the piece cleanly off. So now from here, they just have to heat up the top end of this piece and start to open it up. So after breaking the piece off of its original pipe, usually the glass in that previous connection area is a little bit thick, and you could also see it doesn't break off perfectly evenly. It's a little bit jagged. So that process of heating up the opening and then pulling it out with a pair of tweezers is going to straighten and thin out the walls of glass in that area. And then next, they're going to go in with a pair of shears, which are like glass scissors, and they're going to cut off all of that excess glass they just pulled out. So now after cutting that glass off, we're left with thin, even walls and a nice, even opening to this piece, and they'll be able to just start opening it up even further. They want the neck and the opening to this piece to be pretty similar in width. They want it to be a lot wider than it is right now. So I thought this was kind of interesting, so I'll explain it the best I can. But the colors that they've used for the last couple of pieces have a lot of metals in them. And so as they heat them up inside of the furnace, the metals are sort of coming to the surface, and this is why you see a sort of gradient in the color. This is all just one color, but it has different materials in it that are coming out at different points in heating. And so this is why you see the colors that you see. And if they were to heat it in a specific way, I think that this color could even turn just a complete silver. And I'll also mention that when the glass is hot, it's really hard to tell what the final color will be for the piece. I like to kind of describe it like lava. So when it's completely hot, it's just glowing orange, it's radiating heat, it's radiating light. And when it cools down, it just becomes that solid glass that we all know. Even when it's at this temperature, it's probably at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit right here, so it is hard, but it's still hot enough to have a very slight glow to it, and we can't really see the true colors. And just like earlier, they're torching the bottom right at that connection point in preparation for breaking this off. And to break it off, all they have to do is apply a little bit of water. This is causing shocking and cracking in that glass. And then they'll tap the pipe, which is creating a vibration that travels to those cracks, breaks that piece cleanly off. Then they'll lightly torch the bottom to get rid of any leftover sharp ends before putting this piece away. And this is going to be put away in the annealer, which is the large black box over on the left wall today. And this is going to slowly cool it down from about 950 degrees Fahrenheit all the way to room temperature so it doesn't break due to thermal shock. And this will cool down at least overnight, so we're not going to see it until tomorrow. And let's give them a round of applause for completing that piece. They've been working on these pieces all day nonstop. Since I mentioned earlier just a little bit, we're working kind of an assembly line sort of style, so we're creating the bubble and the color over on that left bench, and then it's passed to the center bench where they blow it out and create that final form. And just a reminder for anyone who recently joined, if you ever have any questions, feel free to raise your hand and I'll come right over. And for anyone who hasn't seen our visiting artist artwork yet, can I have that up on the screen, please? So up on the screen, we'll have a slideshow of our visiting artist artwork. And when you watch this slideshow, keep an eye out for a specific piece where they have a candle inside and it's kind of showing the designs on the wall. They're kind of using the designs to create light. And I just want to compare that piece to, yeah, this one right here. I'm comparing this piece to the pieces that you see on the front tables here, because these can be used in that same or similar way. So whenever they're disappearing around the corner over at that left bench, you saw briefly up on the screen, they're going to a powder booth, and that is keeping all of that glass powder contained. We don't want to inhale that glass powder, so they're making sure to do it in a well-ventilated space, and that powder is sticking to the surface of the hot glass. And then they just have to melt it down again, and they get that smooth surface of color. So this is how we're getting the color for all of our pieces today. We're just using various powdered glass. And then as soon as they have all of the color they want and need, this will be brought over to the center bench where they'll start to blow it out and shape it into another one of those hollow pieces. So since I have quite a few new faces in the crowd, I'm just going to give a little rundown as to what we have going on today. So today we have a visiting artist, Beres, and I'll point him out when I see him next, but he's had a residency here at the museum before, about 4 years ago, making some similar pieces as to what you see today. and he's a Seattle-based printmaking artist. So you'll see with these pieces down on the front pedestals that he has etched the glass on the surface, and this has kind of taken away the layer of color. So the letters you see are colored, and then the area around it is kind of this foggy, transparent, clear glass. And he teaches printmaking at Cornish College of the Arts and has taught classes at Pilchuck, which is a glass school about 2 hours north of us as well. And so today he's working on making some pieces that are kind of similar to the vase-shaped pieces on these front pedestals, but these pieces that we're making are pretty big today. And so at the center bench, they're working on blowing this piece out and shaping it. And then over on the left bench, we've been working on making the bubble for the next project. And this has been going on over and over again today, almost like an assembly line. So once the piece of the center bench is done, they bring that bubble over from the left and they start blowing that one out as well. And this torch that they're using here is running at around the same temperature as the furnaces at around 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. And with this torch, they're able to apply a little extra heat to a specific area rather than heating up the entire thing overall inside of the furnace. So when the artists hang the glass down at an angle like this is them purposefully using gravity as a tool. So they're stretching and lengthening that glass. They want to go for a little bit of a taller shape. And then Gabe at the same time is going in with a pair of jacks, which are the two metal blades he has in his hand. And this is carving a jack line into the glass. This is where we will remove this piece from the pipe a little bit later on. And next, Gabe is going in with a stack of newspapers soaked in water, just as he is here. And this may sound like an odd tool, but it's actually very commonly used in the Hotshop. It is one of the only flexible tools, so it can kind of move with our hand, and it's also really close to using our hands to shape the glass. And what you see the person next to him doing is he's shielding Gabe, who's sitting down at the bench, from the heat of the glass. So that piece is so hot that it's radiating heat and even sometimes radiating light. And so it's just protecting his arms with those wooden paddles. And this nozzle here, you'll see them use on and off, but this is just blowing some compressed air, cooling down the glass more rapidly. So in this case, they're blowing it on the bottom so that the bottom doesn't blow out super thin. And right here, Gabe is marking the bottom of the piece with a cold piece of glass. And this is just going to etch a really thin line in the bottom of this piece and just show them where the center of the bottom of this piece is. And after marking the center of the bottom, this small bit of clear glass is going to be applied right in the center where he marked. And this little torch that they've been using Since I already mentioned the temperature of the large fluffy flame, this small torch, however, is actually the hottest item we have in the hot shop. And I've been told it can get up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit, which is over double the heat of the molten glass. So this is very quickly spot heating the bottom of the piece, and it's going to allow them to make it really flat so that it can sit nice and evenly on a level surface. And to flatten the bottom, Gabe is simply going in with a small wooden paddle. And I didn't explain this already, so I'll go ahead, but this small clear pad that they've attached to the bottom of the piece is important because they're going to attach a second pipe to the bottom of this piece in order to break this piece off from its original pipe. And eventually that second pipe is going to have to be broken off to put the piece away as well. And since the color is on the very surface of this glass, when we break that pipe away, it could chip that color away with it. And so we added that clear pad to sort of protect the color on the bottom of this piece. So now to break it off, they just apply a little bit of water, and then they simply tap the pipe, and that breaks that piece cleanly off. And you'll see them do that a little bit later on as well to put the piece away. And so now they just have to heat up the front end of this piece, or the top, and be able to open up this piece from the inside a little bit, kind of widening the neck. And right here, this is Gabe making sure that the piece is on center. So if it's off center, you'll see them stop turning, just as they are now. And they'll let that fall back on center with the pipe a little bit. And after breaking a piece off from its original pipe, you could see the opening isn't quite perfect. That glass is pretty thick, and they have like a little chip of clear that kind of broke away some of the color. So they're going to heat up the front end of this piece and kind of get rid of a little bit of that excess glass. And since I have a lot of new people in here, can I have the slideshow of our visiting artist artwork again, please? So up on the screen, you'll see a slideshow of our visiting artist artwork. And once again, our visiting artist is Beres, and he's had a residency here at the museum before, about 4 years ago. He's a Seattle-based printmaking artist, so you'll see a lot of text and imagery kind of carved into the glass pieces on these front pedestals. And he actually teaches printmaking at Cornish College of the Arts and has taught classes at Pilchuck Glass School before as well, which is about 2 hours north of us. And just to point them out to everyone, if you haven't seen them already, our visiting artist is the man sitting on the metal table here. And now after heating up the front end of this piece, they're going in with a pair of tweezers and they're pinching and pulling a lot of that glass out. This is going to get rid of that little clear blemish they have and also thin out that area of the walls, making sure that they have thin, even glass. And after pulling all of that glass out, they're going to go in with a pair of shears and they're going to trim off all of that excess glass. And now after breaking that off, they're left over with a thin, even walled opening. And they'll just have to open it up a little bit further from here before the piece is finished. And this tool right here is called a soffietta. That cone will block off the opening to this piece, and it allows them to blow a little extra air into the piece, which is thinning out the neck and the shoulder. And it's also just expanding it, making it a lot wider. And next, Gabe is going in with something that looks very similar to the jacks. The jacks are those two metal blades, if you remember. But these are wooden blades instead of metal blades. So this is going to be very soft and gentle on the inside of the glass. It's not going to create any gouging or scraping. It's not going to leave behind any marks. And once again, for anyone new who recently joined us, just to give a little recap, today we have a visiting artist, Beres, and that is the man sitting on the metal table specifically, long beard, black shirt. And he's had a residency here before about 4 years ago, and he made some pieces that are pretty similar to what they've been working on today. He is a Seattle-based printmaking artist, and he teaches that printmaking at Cornish College of the Arts. And he has taught classes at Pilchuck before as well. And Pilchuck, if you don't know, is a glass school about 2 hours north of us. So these pieces that you see them making, they're going to remain pretty much this shape and this color. The color may change a slight bit as it cools down. And then our artist is going to etch the surface of the glass using a sandblasting technique where he covers parts of the glass and then etches away other parts of the glass. So with one of these pieces specifically down here, the color's on the surface of the glass. So he'll cover up the letters that he wants, and then he'll sandblast around. And once again, just like earlier, in preparation for breaking this piece off of the pipe, they usually torch around that connecting area between the glass and the pipe. And this is because they use a little bit of water to break the piece off. The surrounding area is cold, the cracks from the water will travel. So the warming of that surrounding area will prevent those cracks from traveling. And you can see that somebody has just gotten suited up in a special shiny suit and these Kevlar gloves. And these are going to protect that artist from the heat of the glass as they pick it up off the end of the pipe. And now to break this piece off, a little bit of water is going to be applied at that connection point between the pipe and the piece. And this is causing shocking and cracking just in that small connection area. And then all they have to do, just like earlier, is tap the pipe, and that should break the piece cleanly off into those Kevlar gloves. Then they'll lightly torch the bottom of the piece to get rid of any leftover sharp ends before putting the piece away in the annealer, which is the large black box over on the left wall. And this is going to cool that glass down from about 950 degrees Fahrenheit all the way to room temperature, at least overnight, so it doesn't break due to thermal shock. So we're not going to see that piece until tomorrow. And let's give them a round of applause for completing that piece. And because our visiting artist disappeared a little bit earlier, this is our visiting artist, Beres, with the long beard. And we will be back in about 1 hour from now at around 2 p.m. And then we'll be blowing glass all the way till 5 p.m. So please join back in, and thank you for coming. Well, welcome into the Hotshop, everyone. Today we have a visiting artist, and he'll be on the floor shortly. I'll point him out to you. But today we have Beres, and his slideshow of all of his artwork has been going on the screen for up until now. And we also have some of his pieces down on these front pedestals here. And he is a Seattle-based printmaking artist. And so with this glass, he etches the surface using a sandblasting technique. So it'll cover the letters that he wants, and then he'll sandblast the background, giving it this sort of foggy appearance. And today we've been working on making some forms that are really similar to the large, like vase-like shapes on the front pedestals. I heard them talking about that they might try to make them even bigger this time. I don't know if they were joking though, because they were pretty big before. And so you'll see us make some of those pieces. They're starting on the left bench, and as soon as they have all the glass they need and they apply the color, then this bubble is going to be brought over to the center bench, where they'll start to blow it out and turn it into that large vase-like shape. And earlier today, they were working in a sort of assembly line style, so they would make the bubble and apply the color over on the left, bring it to the center bench, blow it out, and then as soon as they move it to the center bench, they start another bubble again. So they're working on as many projects as they can, just using all of their time wisely, since our visiting artist only has today. And this is our visiting artist, by the way, right here. And to start us off, I'll give just a quick little rundown of the hot shop, and this will describe all the temperatures of the different furnaces that we're working with. So everything that we're doing in here is starting in our furnaces, and these are the large tanks with the closed doors specifically. We've been gathering out of this left one over here. These hold about 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass each and run at around 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit, holds it at that very steady temperature. And when we're gathering that glass, the texture of the glass is a lot like honey, so all we have to do is stick our pipe into the glass, and when we turn, it gathers a ball on the end, just like they have over on that left bench. And then from there, they blow into the end of the hollow pipe, and this expands the glass like a balloon. And the open face furnaces at each bench, these are used for reheating. We have to keep our glass at a sort of taffy-like texture so we can continue to blow it and work with it. And these are running at around 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. And both those types of furnaces are running off of natural gas and forced air. Later on, we'll use some torches as well, and I'll point those out when we get to them and explain why they're using them. And for anyone who is wondering, if you guys ever have any questions, even if it's for the visiting artist himself, feel free to raise your hand and I'll come right over. Now, this tool that you could see Sarah using up on the screen or over on that left bench, this is called the block. It's a wooden spoon-shaped tool, usually carved out of cherry wood and kept in water to help prevent it from burning. And this is going to smooth and even out all of that glass she has on the end of the pipe, so when they blow, that bubble will blow out evenly. Now it's important to note that this glass that Sarah's working with right here does not have any color in it yet. It is simply glowing orange from how hot it is. I kind of describe it like lava. It's emitting heat and light itself from how hot it is. But you'll see them apply the color in a bit, and I'll make sure to point out when that happens. Now next, there's going in with a stack of newspapers soaked in water. And despite how odd that tool may sound, it's actually very commonly used in the Hotshop. It is one of the only flexible tools. It can kind of move with our hands, can narrow the shape just as she is right here. So up front here, our visiting artist has brought over a couple of examples. These dishes have the powdered color that we're using for the pieces today. And so all they have to do is they'll take that hot glass bubble around the corner and they'll seemingly disappear, but there's a camera that'll show you guys what happens. And they go to a powder booth. So as you may know, glass powder is really dangerous to inhale. So we have a special ventilated booth that they put the glass powder in, and they'll dust it on top of that glass bubble. And that will just stick to the surface of the hot glass. And we simply put it back into the furnace, melt it down, creates a very smooth layer of color. And I'll also mention down on this little cart here, might be a little bit hard to see, but these are all the color samples from all the different pieces that were made today. So they made a lot of similar shaped pieces, and they were able to kind of lay these out in order. So like this one over on my left, or your right, is the first color that they made today. I'm just gonna lay it out so the camera can see better. And then it kind of goes down. And they've worked with all these different colors today, lots of greens and blues and yellows, and all of the colors have this special metallics inside of them. So when they fire them in a special flame, the metallics rise to the surface and it looks almost mirror-like. It's very metallic and silver colored. And just as I mentioned before, they'll disappear around the corner when they start applying that color. And just a reminder, if anyone ever has any questions, raise your hand and I'll come right over. Can even be questions for the visiting artist. So whenever they're letting the glass rest like you see now, this is just them letting the air cool the glass down. This is usually before they gather a fresh layer of clear glass over top of what they already have. But sometimes this can be for many other different reasons. Maybe they're trying to cool down the inside of the glass. So after gathering that fresh layer of clear glass, you could see that Sarah's hanging it down over this big canister. And this is actually allowing a lot of that glass to just drip right back off the end. And this is called a strip gather. It's just giving them a partial layer of that hot clear glass. So I may not have mentioned this already, but we have multiple furnaces running right now. We have the 2 glass furnaces with the closed doors, and then we also have the 2 open face furnaces, one at the center, one on the left bench. And there's not really a difference between those open face furnaces. We just need 2 at the same time because we're eventually going to be working at both benches at the same time. We don't want to really crowd around one furnace. So mostly for convenience, or necessity in this case. And the glass furnaces, the one with the closed doors, they hold about the same amount of glass, same temperature, 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And those run 24/7. All the other furnaces we turn off at night and on back in the morning. So now you can see Sarah has disappeared around the corner with that hot glass. They're going to the powder booth. And now we have a good shot of the powder booth up on the screen. They're just going to sift that powder right on top of that hot glass, and it'll stick in a really nice fine layer. And with the most previous pieces, the last few that they were working on, they did a sort of gradient with the pieces where they had like 2 or 3 colors, and they kind of blend into each other. So they only covered part of the bubble with that powder. So once they finish applying all that color over on the left bench, it'll be brought over to the center bench, and they'll start to blow it out and shape it into that sort of vase-like shape. And they will use this torch many times throughout this process. This torch is running at around the same temperature as the furnaces at around 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. And right here it's just sitting idle, so it's a really small flame, but they can add more fuel when they use it. You'll see them use it eventually. They keep it running almost all the time while they're working, just so that they can grab it whenever they need to, in case they need it really quickly. And up on the screen, you can see they're starting to apply a second glass powder. Like, this is a different color, so they're going for that gradient again of multiple colors from the bottom to the top of this piece. And since we have a few new faces in the crowd, I'm just going to give a quick little rundown for those who recently joined and let them know what we have going on here. So today we do have a visiting artist, just for today, Beres. And he's had a residency here at the museum before, actually, about 4 years ago. And he made some pretty similar objects as you see on these front pedestals here. And he's a Seattle-based printmaking artist. Up on the screen, you'll see a little slideshow of some of his artwork. And he teaches printmaking at Cornish College of the Arts. And he's taught classes at Pilchuck before as well. And Pilchuck, if you don't know, is a glass school about 2 hours north of us here. So with these pieces on the front pedestals, they were blown in a Hotshop, and then he was able to etch the surface of the glass using sandblasting. So he would cover an area of the glass that he didn't want to sandblast, and then he would just sandblast the entire piece overall. And this created those designs that you see on the front pedestals. And just a reminder for anyone who recently joined, if anyone ever has any questions, raise your hand and I'll come right over. Can even be questions for our visiting artist. So for those who recently joined, whenever they're disappearing around the corner like this with the glass, this is them applying some more powdered color to the surface of the glass. And can I have a view of that, please? So up on the screen, you'll see the view from the powder booth. So the powder booth is just going to make sure that the glass powder isn't inhaled by the artist. That could be pretty dangerous. It's a well-ventilated space. And as you can see, we have a few different colors on this glass bubble. Whenever the glass is super hot like this, though, it's going to just look orange. It's radiating heat and light from how hot it is. So as the piece will cool down a little bit later on, you guys will see more and more of that true color. So now that they've gotten all the glass and all the color that they need for this piece, it's brought over to the center bench. And this is where they're going to start blowing it out and shaping it into that final form. So this tool that Gabe is going into now, this is called the block. And this is going to smooth and even out all of that glass that he has into a very round ball on the end. So next time they blow into the end of the pipe, this is just going to make sure the bubble blows out evenly from within. And next, Gabe is going in with a stack of newspapers soaked in water. And I briefly mentioned this tool earlier, but I'll just mention it again. Even though that tool sounds odd, that water is going to make sure that the heat doesn't go through to the artist's hands. And it's also one of the only flexible tools in the Hotshop. It can move with our hands. We have a lot of wood and a lot of metal tools in here, and they aren't as flexible as that newspaper. And during this process, you'll see them hang the pipe down a few times, and they are going for a little bit of a longer shape, so they're hanging it down purposefully to elongate and stretch that glass, basically using gravity as a tool. And then next, Gabe is going in with a pair of jacks, which are these two metal blades. He's going to carve a jack line into the glass, which is a divot you'll see forming. This is where they're going to remove the piece from this pipe a little bit later on down the line. So this is an important part in this step, or this step is an important part of the process, I mean. And next, they will use the stack of newspapers to continue to guide which way they want this bubble to blow out. They want it to have a little bit more of a round bulbous shape on the bottom with a wide neck at the top. And just as I briefly mentioned earlier, or for anyone who recently joined, at the center bench while they're continuing to blow this piece out and shape it into its final form, they're going to start the very next bubble for the next piece over on the left bench. They're going to continue gathering all of those layers of clear glass until they have as much glass as they need. Then they'll gather the color, pass it over to the center bench once the center bench is done with this current piece. So we have sort of an assembly line going on. They're using their time very efficiently. And next they're attaching just a small bit of clear glass onto the bottom of this piece, right in the center. And this is where we're going to attach a second pipe a little bit later on down the line. And this clear pad is important because, as you remember, the color is right on the surface of the glass. So later on, when we break that second pipe off the bottom, we don't want it to chip away any of that color that we have on the surface, so that clear pad will protect the color. And I mentioned the large fluffy flame torch earlier, but this torch right here is actually the hottest item we have in the hot shop. And it can get up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So that's over double the heat of the molten glass. So this is going to very quickly heat up the bottom of this piece and allow them to make it flat so that it can sit evenly on a flat surface. So now they simply flatten the bottom with a wooden paddle. And once that bottom is flattened, they have the lower half of this piece pretty much done, and they'll soon prepare that second pipe. You can see Ben has that second pipe. He's preparing it right now with that small clear attachment. So now that second pipe has been attached just on top of that little clear pad on the bottom of the piece. And usually before breaking a piece off, they'll torch that previous connection area with that large fluffy flame. Then they'll go in with a little bit of water. This is causing shocking and cracking just in that small area. Then they tap the pipe, creating a vibration that travels to those small cracks, breaking that piece cleanly off. It's a controlled break, no worries. So now from here, they just have to heat up the front end of the piece, and they'll be able to start opening that up into the final shape, which is going to be pretty similar to these pieces on the front table. It's going to have a pretty wide neck. And right now, Gabe is making sure that the piece is on center with the pipe. So if it's off center, you'll see him stop, and he'll support the weight on the other end of the piece with a pair of tweezers. Now, since this glass was just broken off of that original pipe, that connection area is going to be pretty cold. The previous connection area is going to be pretty cold, so they have to heat it up for quite a while. But you saw when they broke it off, it's not a perfect break. There's a little bit of unevenness, a little jaggedness, and it's even thicker glass than the rest of the piece. So next you'll see them go in with a pair of tweezers, and they're going to thin that glass out by pinching and pulling away from the rest of the piece just at that opening. And while they're continuing to work on this piece at the center bench, you'll see over on the left bench, they're just starting that next bubble. This will be passed over to the center once they finish this current piece. And back to Gabe, you could see he's now going in with a pair of tweezers and he's pinching and pulling the opening out and away from the rest of the piece. And this has elongated the neck and it's also thinned out that glass. Then he goes immediately in with a pair of shears, which are like glass scissors, and he's cutting off all of that excess glass. You'll see it drop on the floor. So now they're left behind with a nice even opening and straight thin walls. From here, they'll heat it up a couple more times and start to widen that neck a little bit. And it looks like they weren't quite pleased with that opening, so they're going to pull it out one more time. And for anyone who recently joined, you'll notice we have a sort of gradient of color on this piece. And this is because we used a colored powdered glass and we dusted it onto the piece. So we're able to do that in a very controlled manner and only dust it in certain areas and then just do a really large amount in one area, a really small amount in another area, and that gave us a really nice gradient between those three colors. And the last couple of pieces we made were very similar to that as well. And this tool that Gabe is using at the center bench now, you'll notice it looks really similar to the jacks, which are the two metal blades. But instead of metal blades, we have wooden blades for this tool right here. And this is going to very softly, gently open this piece up from the inside without leaving any marks behind and without sucking the heat out of the glass like the metal blades would. Now, just like earlier, in preparation for breaking this piece off the pipe, they'll usually torch around that connection area. And this is going to make sure that surrounding area is warm, because they usually use a little bit of water to break the piece off. If the surrounding glass is cold, the cracks in the water will travel through that cold glass. So this is going to prevent any cracks from traveling. And you can also see that someone is starting to get suited up over on that right bench, and this is going to allow them to pick that glass piece up off the end of the pipe to be put away. And just a reminder for anyone who recently joined, if anyone ever has any questions, feel free to raise your hand and I'll come right over. Now, just like earlier, to break this piece off, they'll dip a pair of tweezers in some water and apply this to that small connection area. And then they'll have to tap the pipe, and that should break the piece cleanly off into those Kevlar gloves. And then this is going to be carried over to the annealer after being lightly torched on the bottom to get rid of any leftover sharp ends. And this annealer is going to slowly cool that glass down at least overnight so it doesn't break due to thermal shock from about 950 degrees Fahrenheit all the way to room temperature. So we're not going to see that piece until at least tomorrow. And let's give them a round of applause for completing that piece. Thank you. And just like I mentioned earlier, we have sort of an assembly line going on, so they'll immediately bring over that bubble from the left bench to the center bench, and they will start blowing that out. And can I actually have the charging the furnace video real quick?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime or calcium oxide to stabilize it. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300 degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
So at the center bench, as that video was playing, they had just brought the bubble over after gathering that fresh layer of clear glass. And they were just trying to pick a bunch of little air bubbles or maybe particles out of that glass very quickly before the glass started to cool down. And can I have our visiting artist artwork up on the screen, please? So up on the screen, you'll see a slideshow of our visiting artist artwork, Beres. And he has had a residency here at the museum about 4 years ago. And he made some pretty similar objects as to what he's making today. He is a Seattle-based printmaking artist, and he teaches printmaking at Cornish College of the Arts. And he's also taught classes at Pilchuck Glass School, which is about 2 hours north of us here. And these pieces on the front tables here, I always like to point those out. These are etched glass, so he etched them using sandblasting. So he would cover the glass in whatever design he wanted. And then when he sandblasts it, it carves into that negative space around the designs. And these photos up on the screen here, this is an example of what these pieces can be used for. You could put a light or a candle inside of them, and this will display all of the lettering on the walls surrounding it. So for those of you who just joined, whenever they're disappearing around the corner like this, you could see up on the screen POV that they're going to the powder booth. And the powder booth just has a really great ventilation system, and it's going to make sure that the artists don't inhale any of that powdered glass. And this is how we're getting our color for the pieces. This glass powder is going to create a really smooth surface, a really even color. Welcome into the Hotshop. To everyone who recently joined us, over on that left bench you can see they've started a very large bubble, and right now they're working on applying some powdered colored glass on the surface of the bubble. And so this is how we're getting our color today. It's going to just remain on the surface of the glass, and this is on purpose because our visiting artist is eventually going to etch the surface of the glass, and this will create a pattern or lettering on the surface of the glass. And once they've finished applying all of that color, they will bring it over to the center bench where they'll start to blow it out and shape it into its final form. And for anyone who recently joined today, we have a visiting artist, Beres. And he's had a residency here before, about 4 years ago, and he made some pieces that are pretty similar to what we've been making today. And I'll point him out when he comes back into the hot shop, but right now he's around the corner helping get that glass powder on the surface of the bubble. And he's a Seattle-based printmaking artist, and he teaches printmaking at Cornish College of the Arts. And he's taught classes at Pilchuck before too, which is about 2 hours north of us. It's a glass school. And today we've been having a sort of assembly line going on. So they'll start the bubbles and apply the color over on the left bench, and then they'll bring it over to the center bench where they'll start to blow it out and shape it. So this wooden spoon-shaped tool they're using here, this is called the block. And this is usually made out of cherry wood and kept in water to help prevent it from burning. This is going to round out and smooth all that glass out that they have on the end of the pipe. So when they blow the bubble, this is going to expand evenly from inside. And right now it's kind of hard to see through this glass because of all that color on the surface, but we do have a pretty large bubble in there already. And right here, Gabe is using a stack of newspaper soaked in water. He's able to kind of guide which way he wants the bubble to blow out as somebody blows into the end of the hollow pipe. And this large fluffy flame here, this is running at around the same temperature as the furnaces at around 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. And this torch is going to allow them to heat a specific area of the glass rather than heat up the entire piece overall. And when they're hanging the glass down at this angle here, this is purposefully using gravity as a tool, so they're stretching and elongating the shape of this glass. Right here, Gabe is going in with a pair of jacks, those two metal blades, and he's carving a jack line into the glass, which is the divot you see forming now. And this is where we're going to remove the piece from this pipe a little bit later on. So once again, using the stack of newspaper soaked in water, Gabe is able to sort of guide which way he wants the bubble to blow out on the bottom of this piece. They're going for a rounder, kind of bulbous shape on the bottom, just like this vase in the front pedestal here. And then they're going to have a pretty wide neck on top of it. And for anyone who recently joined, just to remind you, if anyone ever has any questions, feel free to raise your hand and I'll come right over. Can even be questions for the visiting artist. And just to point them out to you, our visiting artist is the one sitting on the metal table there. So they're using multiple colors on the outside of this piece. And one color I'll point out, they kind of have a band of it around the middle of this piece. You can see it's turning more and more silvery. And this is because as they're heating it up, the metals in that colored glass are kind of rising to the surface. And it's turning that glass area silvery just because of the metals rising to the surface of the glass. And this just happens when they heat the glass a certain way with a certain amount of natural gas. And for those who recently joined at the center bench, as they're continuing to blow this piece out and turn it into its final shape, over on the left bench, they're starting the very next bubble that's going to be used for the next project. So we have sort of an assembly line going on where they'll create that bubble and apply the color on the left, and then they'll pass it to the center bench once they're done with their piece, and so on and so forth, just to use this time very efficiently since our visiting artist is only here for today. And right here, Gabe is marking the bottom of the piece with a cold piece of glass. And this is just etching a really thin line, marking the center of the bottom. And this is going to help them in their next step, which is adding a little pad of clear glass to the center of the bottom of the piece. So now that small bit of clear glass is brought over. And this will just be placed in the center of the bottom. And then flattened down with a paddle. And this little clear pad is pretty important because they're going to be attaching a second pipe just on top of it a little bit later on. And as you remember, the color for the glass is just on the surface of the glass. So if they were to attach that second pipe without the clear pad and then break that second pipe off, that could take away, kind of chip off some of the color that they have on the surface of the glass. So that clear pad is going to protect the color. And next they're going in with this super hot handheld torch. And they're going to heat up just around that little clear pad. And this is actually the hottest item we have in the Hotshop, that small torch. It can get up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. That's over double the heat of the molten glass itself. And they're using this torch on the bottom so that they can flatten the bottom really evenly. They don't want that button or that little pad of clear glass to be sticking out. And welcome to those who recently or just joined us. Today we have a visiting artist, Beres. And just to point him out to you, he's the one sitting on the metal table currently, kind of at the center bench. And he's actually had a residency here at the museum before, about 4 years ago, where he made some similar items as he is today. And he is a Seattle-based printmaking artist, so he does not blow the glass himself, but he will etch designs and lettering into the glass once the glass is cool, like you could see with these pieces on the front pedestals. And he teaches printmaking at Cornish College of the Arts and has taught classes at Pilchuck as well, which is a glass school about 2 hours north of us here. And at the center bench, you can see they've just finished flattening the bottom with a wooden paddle. And their next step is going to be attaching a second pipe to the bottom and then breaking this piece off from its original pipe. And can I actually have our visiting artist artwork up on the screen, please? So up on the screen, you're going to see a slideshow of our visiting artist artwork. And up there, you'll also see some pictures of glass pieces that are pretty similar to these. And before breaking a piece off from its pipe, they'll usually torch that connecting area between the pipe and the glass with that large fluffy flame. And this is because when they break the piece off, they use a little bit of water applied to that area. And if the surrounding glass is cold, the cracks from the water could travel through that cold glass. So surrounding the area in warmth is going to help prevent that. And now that second pipe has been attached just on top of that little clear pad that they have on the bottom. And this is going to allow them to break this piece off from its original pipe and give them access to the top of the neck. So now to break that off, they'll dip some tweezers in water and apply that to that connection area before tapping the pipe. That breaks the piece cleanly off. Mostly cleanly off. So as you can see, they chipped off just a little bit of color. So next, Gabe will go in with a pair of tweezers. He's going to make sure this piece is on center before continuing along in this process. So if this piece is off center anywhere, they'll stop turning the pipe. They'll let it fall on center while Gabe is supporting the weight with the pair of tweezers on the other end. So after heating up the front end of this piece, they used a pair of tweezers and they pulled and pinched a lot of that glass away from the rest of the piece. And this is going to get rid of that little chip of color that they accidentally pulled away. And this is also going to straighten and thin out those walls in the neck. So now after trimming that excess glass off around the opening, they'll be able to just slowly open this up into its final form. They want to go for a pretty wide neck, and then this piece will be pretty much finished. And you'll notice that Gabe is holding something that looks pretty similar to the jacks, which are the two metal blades that he used earlier. But these instead are wooden blades called the pachofis. And this is going to be very gentle on the inside of this glass. It's not going to leave behind any marks on the inside of this piece. So for anyone who recently joined, I just want to give you all a quick little recap. Can I have our visiting artist artwork up on the screen, please? So for those of you who just joined, we have a visiting artist for just today this week, Beres, and that is the man over on the left side of the Hotshop. He may have disappeared temporarily, but I'll point him out when he comes back. And he's actually had a residency here at the museum before, about 4 years ago, and he made some very similar looking pieces as to this residency. He is a Seattle-based printmaking artist, you could see based off of his work. And he teaches printmaking at Cornish College of Arts and has taught classes at Pilchuck as well, which is a glass school 2 hours north of us. And I'll just point out these pieces down on the front pedestals on the left and the right. Our visiting artist has etched this glass using sandblasting. So with all these pieces that they're making today, you're not going to see the final product. You're going to see the shape of the piece, but later on our artist is going to etch the surface of the glass to get these designs and lettering. And this is happening when the glass is completely cooled down at room temperature. And this is a process that has to cool down at least overnight or maybe even a couple of days. And you could tell that they're getting ready to break this piece off when you see someone gets dressed up in this special suit and these Kevlar gloves. And this is going to protect the artist as he picks that piece of glass up off the end of the pipe to be put away. And can I have a view of that bench again, please? Thank you. So to break this off, just like earlier, they're going to apply a little bit of water to that connection area, and then all they have to do is tap the pipe, and that should break that piece off cleanly. And then they'll lightly torch the bottom to get rid of any leftover sharp ends before putting the piece away in the annealer, which is the large black box over on the left wall. And this will slowly cool that glass down, at least overnight, so it doesn't break due to thermal shock, from about 950 degrees Fahrenheit all the way to room temperature. So like I said, we're not going to see that piece until at least tomorrow. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing that piece. Thank you very much. And then, like I mentioned earlier, this is a sort of an assembly line. So over on the left bench, they've already started applying some color to this bubble, and they'll eventually pass it to the center bench where they'll blow it out and turn it into a piece much like that last one. And can I actually have the charging the furnace video, please?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, the stabilizer. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300 degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Welcome to those who recently joined us. Just to give you a little rundown as to what we have going on. Today we have a visiting artist, Beres, and that is the man sitting on this table kind of close to the front here. And he's actually had a residency here at the museum before, about 4 years ago, where he made some similar objects as to what you see on the pedestals and as to what you see us making today. And he is a Seattle-based printmaking artist, and he teaches that printmaking at Cornish College of the Arts. And he has taught classes at Pilchuck Glass School as well, which is about 2 hours north of us here. And today he, along with our Museum of Glass Hotshop team, are working on making some pretty large-scale blown forms, kind of similar to this blown form right here. And our visiting artist is eventually going to be able to etch into the surface of the glass. And this is kind of going to take away the top layer of color and make the background this sort of semi-transparent, foggy, clear white, just like those pieces down on the pedestal. And the etching is done by sand blasting. So every time they hang the pipe down at an angle like this is purposefully using gravity as a tool, so they're stretching and lengthening that glass, just creating a longer shape for this piece in general. And currently Gabe is using a stack of newspaper soaked in water to shape and kind of guide which way he wants a bubble to blow out. And next, Gabe is marking the bottom of this piece with a small piece of cold glass. So this is just leaving a small etched line into the bottom. And this is going to mark the center on the bottom of this piece. And then a small bit of clear glass is brought over, and this is just placed onto that marking he just made, right in the center of the bottom of this piece. Then they'll flatten this down into a small disc. And this is actually important because if you were here earlier, you'd know that we have the layer of color on the very surface of the glass. And later on, we're going to be attaching a second pipe to the bottom. And when we break that second pipe off, that could chip off some of that color with it when we break it off. So that clear pad is going to protect the color on the bottom. Now, this small torch that they're using here, even though it's really small, it's actually the hottest item we have in the hot shop. And this torch can get up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. That's over double the heat of the molten glass itself. So that's very quickly heating up the bottom of this piece, and it's going to allow them to flatten the bottom so that this piece will sit nice and even on a straight surface. So next they just go in with a wooden paddle and they're flattening that small disc of clear glass in the bottom of the piece in general. And this is why the wooden paddles are completely black, and some of them even have holes and chips in them. This is because they're using them to flatten the bottoms of these pieces pretty frequently. And usually before breaking a piece off, you'll see them torch that connection area between the pipe and the piece with this large fluffy flame, like you see at the center bench. And this is because when they break this piece off, they use a little bit of water at that connection point, and that water could travel through cold glass, creating long cracks. So just heating up this surrounding area is going to prevent those cracks from traveling. So now Ben has just attached that second pipe just to the bottom of the piece, right where they have that little clear pad. And this is going to allow them to break this piece off from its original pipe and give them access to the other side of the piece, essentially. So now they go in and apply a little bit of water to that connection point and then tap the pipe, and that breaks that piece cleanly off. The water is causing shocking and cracking in the glass, and then tapping the pipe creates a vibration that travels to the small cracks created by the water, and it breaks that piece cleanly off. And now from here, you can see that that glass was pretty thick around that opening, so they'll have to go in and they're going to thin that glass out a little bit before they continue. And before they start opening this piece up, they're just going to make sure it's on center. So when you see them stop like they just did, this is them letting that piece fall back on center with the pipe. They're supporting it from the other side with the pair of tweezers. So now Gabe is going to go in with a pair of tweezers, and he's going to pinch and pull the opening of this piece out away from the rest of the piece. And this is going to thin out the glass, kind of stretch the walls. And this is also going to get rid of that excess glass around the opening where it's a little bit thick and uneven. And just a reminder, since I have a couple of new people in here, if anybody ever has any questions, raise your hand and I'll come right over. And next, Gabe is trimming off all of that excess glass with a pair of shears, which are basically like glass scissors. So now as that piece drops to the floor, you can see we're left behind with a straight, even opening and nice thin walls. And now from here, they just have to heat it up a couple more times and slowly open it up into that wide neck that they're going for. So that cone-shaped tool they just used here is called the Sophietta, and that cone will block off the opening to the glass, and it allows them to blow a little bit more air into the piece. So this is both thinning out the glass and expanding it, making it a little bit bigger. Now Gabe is going in with a tool that looks pretty similar to the jacks. You may remember the jacks earlier, which were the 2 metal blades. But these are wooden blades instead, so this is going to be very gentle and soft on the inside of this glass piece. It's not going to leave behind any marks or any gouging from the metal. And these wooden blades are called the pachofis. He'll be using these continuously to expand this piece from the inside and get that really thick neck that I was talking about.